Not yet.
We are
We're
now
on.
live. Thank you, Joe.
President Noble.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, you can just log on to our log on. Hey, Neil. Dr. Leader. Hello. Good to see you. Yes. Howard. You got Dale, if you just log on with your computer. You know, I'd rather be online.
Online?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hi, we're still just, Rudy, can you hear me?
Yes, totally. What's the word? We're still figuring it out. We're good?
We're close. We're
That's
live
fine.
now.
That's fine.
So, and Secretary Bose is getting assisted onto the internet. As we have, we'll wait one more moment. Dr. Prater, thank you so much for your patience.
That's
We
not
haven't been in person in
No
a long
problem.
time.
No problem.
I'm just over here. I'll just driving through my district and I was gonna go to the meeting live. However, there's a couple things I needed. Did I? We're not live, right? Did I tell you all about the fire that happened in the trailer park off of Rufina about a week ago?
You didn't say, and just to say, somebody was asking, we are live
Okay.
on YouTube.
I was gonna tell you about a little guy that was, his house was burning down, and they went there, and the fire department showed up, and he was crying. I said, "Are you okay?" He said, "No, sir, I'm not." "No, sir, what's wrong?" Because there was like 2 or 3 mobile homes burning down, and I said, "What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong?" So my animals are in there. He had 3 dogs in their seat. Really? So I talked to the chief. I said, "Can you let me go in there?" He said, "Sure." Then his mom showed up and they went in and got the 3 dogs out. And he was just there totally distraught. And
Oh, wow.
so I was just like guiding him, it's gonna be okay, it's gonna be okay. And I actually the next day I went there and my friend said, "Why do you want to go there?" I said, "I just need to go there." I saw the little guy there. He's all, "How's it going, sir?" I said, "Good, how are you?" Totally respectful. I said, "Good, do you remember me from yesterday?" He said, "Yes, sir, you're the guy in the pink shirt, the pink tie." I said, "All right." I said, "You doing okay?" He's like, "Yes, yes, sir, yes, sir." And right away he says, "What's the weather like today?" And I never realized this. Whenever somebody says, "What's the weather like?" A little guy, little kid, that means I don't want to talk about it, but what's the weather like today? So what's gonna be good? It's gonna be nice, right? Yes, yes, sir, yes, sir. So you're doing okay? I said, if you need anything, please let me know. And I'm just kind of passing by the park, the trailer park, and I was like, just reminding me of the little guy, like, yes, sir, I'm good. But it just kind of broke my heart. But anyhow, so I thought I'd talk to you all about that because it was sad.
Yeah. Okay. 4 of us are here. Let's go ahead and call the meeting to order. And Alma is mobile with her screen sharing, I think. Okay, so first we will do the Pledge of Allegiance and salute to the New Mexico flag in English and in Spanish. Anybody feeling inspired to lead us? Okay, Dr. Garcia will do Spanish. I'll go ahead.
I'll do it.
This is going
I'll
to
do
be
English if
strange
you'd
because Dr. Garcia is signaling me physically.
I'll do English if
Okay, go ahead, Sarah.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Juro fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Saludo la bandera del Estado de Nuevo México, el símbolo Zia de amistad perfecta entre culturas unidas.
We acknowledge the original people of the land, the Tesuque Pueblo people, and other tribal nations, and ask them to walk with us today as we share and learn together.
Okay, I'm having some internet challenges. I don't know, Carmen, Dr. Gonzalez, if you're able to hear well over the connection. But that was pretty choppy for me. We will move on to approval of the agenda. Is there a motion?
Madam President, if there's no changes, I'll move for approval.
I will second that.
I don't think you are on, Dr. Gonzalez. Okay, so I think we had a motion from Vice President Garcia and a second from Secretary Bose, who I think can hear better than I can on her phone. Okay, so we have a motion and a second for approval of the agenda. We'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Vice President Garcia?
Yes, Madam President.
Secretary Bose?
Yes.
Dr. Gonzalez?
Yes. Yes.
And the president votes yes. So we have approved the agenda. Moving on to Roman numeral 2 on our agenda, introduction of interpreter. Dr. Garcia.
Para el servicio de traducción en español, marque 701-802-5152, número de acceso 4277932#. Por favor, mantenga su teléfono en silencio durante la traducción. Gracias.
Okay, now we move on to a training session on hiring a superintendent. And for that, we have our special guest, Dr. Hugh Prather. Dr. Garcia, did you want to say anything as we kick this off?
No, I just like to welcome to the Santa Fe Public Schools, Dr. Hugh Prather, a long time and very well respected educator in our community, education community here in New Mexico. and a great colleague and friend. Welcome, Dr. Prater.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. It's an honor to be with you all this evening, and whenever you're ready, I'll go ahead and begin the presentation. President Noble, if you want to nod your head affirmative, I will go ahead and start screen sharing and turn on the presentation. I see the affirmative there. Thank you very much. And away we go. First, a quick check. Again, audio satisfactory for everybody. Can you hear me okay? The other ground rule, thank you. The other ground rule on this is please feel free for any of the board to stop me at any time and ask a question about any of the material that I'll be covering with you. This is a standard New Mexico School Boards Association training module that has been developed by the School Boards Association to provide at no cost a training packet for a board that is going to be conducting a superintendent search or is contemplating hiring a new superintendent. And this training will provide all 4 board members present a 1 hour of training credit. So that will be submitted to NMSBA tomorrow. You'll be getting an hour of training for the work that you're doing together this evening. And please feel free to break in with a unmuted microphone, because when I'm looking, while I'll be looking at the screen share, I will not be seeing chat. So you'll need to simply unmute and say, Hugh, would you stop and clarify that, or would you tell me what you're really trying to say by that? So with that said, I'm going to start screen sharing, and I'm going to go ahead and pick up the training module on hiring your new superintendent. And this will be, now you should have you will have a momentarily, and I want to confirm it before we dive in and run with it from the beginning. You should have a nice big orange screen with my name on it, prepared for a training module for the Santa Fe Public Schools, hiring your new superintendent, a process guide for the board's most important decision. Is this what you are in fact seeing? Okay, thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Thank you, Kate. Okay, away we go, and we'll walk through this, but we won't rush it. So the first thing is the fact that Doctor, I noticed in the paper not too long ago, and I wrote a little note of congratulations to her for her second wonderfully successful tenure as superintendent in Santa Fe, and congratulated Dr. Garcia on taking steps to, at this point now, move into retirement. I was intrigued by her comment that this year has felt like 2, and I can certainly empathize. I cannot imagine the stress and pressures that our school leadership is experiencing this year, having to respond to the unprecedented experience of a pandemic. So, but Veronica's retiring, you're going to be looking, so what next? Okay, well, this is the first question you ask, and this is the first decision a board needs to make, and this is an important one. This is critical. Do we have somebody on board who we believe we'd like to invite to become our superintendent, the next superintendent? And you can do this in executive session. You can just, it allows you to, the 5 of you in executive session, to take this and play with it and discuss it. While you're in executive session in accord with the Open Meetings Act, it's perfectly acceptable for you to call somebody by phone and discuss issues with them. Would you be willing? What would what would your conditions be, et cetera, et cetera. So you can discuss that with people in executive session. You cannot act in executive session. And I strongly recommend on the second bullet that this should be a consensus piece, because you are exposing yourselves as a board to some real stresses if you don't bring that person on as a consensus selection. And if that's a consensus selection, it can sure work. But again, you can discuss all of this in executive session. And if you do make an offer to somebody and they're agreeable to the terms you both arrive at, then you can take the action in a public meeting in a subsequent, if it's on your agenda for that meeting, you can do it then. But if not, put it on your next agenda, you can and take action. The reason that this is important, some boards have the belief that they must do a search, and there's nothing in regs or in statute, in regulations or statute. You know, I can't speak for your policy. Now, this again, if there is something in your policy that you need to adhere to, that's fine. But there's nothing in state regulations, nor is there anything in public school code, in the New Mexico Public School Code that requires this. And so this is your first question. Now, if the answer is no, we really do want, or the answer is no, possibly, but we really do want to search. And that's a totally good option, because remember, this is an opportunity in the sense that the board, the 5 of you as a board, can now begin to really shape the next chief executive's tenure and structure that in a way that you're wanting to pick up and continue a positive baton pass with outgoing Superintendent Garcia. So that's the next piece. You've got a continuum that you're facing, and the continuum goes from the far left of board conducted, board directed, to the externally facilitated, to the turnkey headhunter. And I'll
Dr.
show
Craig,
you when I, yes.
Before you go on, I just think it's important, if people, may have just joined or they're seeing the slide, that, it says if the answer is no, there's no one you want to onboard. And I know you said you can do a search, but I think it's important that, people that are watching understand, and I believe that the board chose to do a search considering people who currently work for the district. I mean, there wasn't a decision, no, there's nobody we don't want to onboard, but rather they just went to, we want to do a search. And I just think that's real important, because on its face, this presentation, people will have access to it. I just wanted to accentuate that point.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Now that's totally appropriate. I mean, that is, again, this is all board work. The board needs to discuss this and arrive at board consensus in terms of how they're going to proceed with this. So let's take just a few minutes with each of these 3 points on this continuum and talk a little bit about and respond to any questions about what these 3 different possibilities look like. The very first one is something that is, as you see it show up here, is board conducted, board directed. And so the nice thing about it, the pro side of the ledger, is that it's your least expensive. You're using existing staff. You're using the board itself engaging in this at a much more involved level, and it gives you maximum control over the process. And there are a number of boards that are doing this. For example, the Hobbs Municipal Schools Board of Education, Superintendent Parks, TJ Parks in Hobbs is retiring. This is the choice that board made after going through training like this. They made the choice to do it themselves. They're doing a board conducted, board directed search, and that's fine. That's totally appropriate and is there, and you are totally in control of this way. And so again, this is a point on the continuum for you to consider. It does require a collaborative board. It takes a board that can work effectively together, because there are challenges with this process. It does mean that you need to present a fairly united and uniform response as you move together into this. And it is labor intensive. It does take, you're going to be working harder. You will be working far harder. Now, so this is in an assessment of what you all have, how much more you can put on your plate, how much more you're able to put on your plate. But that last bullet, the potential to miss a key piece, is probably unlikely in a district, is very unlikely in a district like Santa Fe, where you have a competent HR department. You've got a veteran superintendent who's retiring and going out with honors. and she can advise and she can guide. So that last bullet is probably not relevant and probably not would not be something that you would consider. But sometimes boards miss a point if they're doing it just by themselves, and particularly if they're not involving HR department staff members to make some key and important decision point along that process. So the next step to the right is a externally facilitated but board directed search. And I would say that this is probably what maybe the majority of the boards in the state do, or at least a significant number of them, ranging from the middle-sized districts, the small to upper, from the 1,500 to the 7,000 student districts will often do something in this range because of the already, they need to maintain the workload that they're doing. But you're still much more involved with this one because you're going to be doing the direction of it. And notice, again, this is board directed, but the facilitation can be done by an external, and the heavy lifting is delegated to that facilitator. And it does tend to make sure that no T's aren't crossed and no I's aren't dotted, so that when you finish, you're feeling very comfortable about the fact that you conducted a thorough and effective search. And this is the type of search that Clovis went through 2 years ago, toward the end of their school year, a year and a half ago. And several others around the state have done this. Farmington did this 5 years ago, this kind of a search. The cons, the other side, you need to have a good match with your facilitator. You need to feel a good, comfortable working relationship with that individual. And you are a little less involved, and there's more cost. There's now you're buying service, and so the cost goes up a little bit. Now, when we go to the next slide, this is actually what New Mexico School Boards Association has put together and provides. And this is a superintendent search service, and it's done through a search cadre. The story goes back some 8 or 9 years when Dr. Dan Patterson and worked with Joe Ginn, the executive director, to create a superintendent search service, somewhat analogous to the policy service that the School Board Association offers. And so Dr. Patterson ran that and put it together. He had a strong background in human resources. And as he retired and stepped back and at a point said, no, not any longer, Mr. Ginn asked if I would facilitate it. And I said, yes, but let's broaden the base a little bit. And we brought 4 other retired superintendents on board. Dr. Linda Paul had been superintendent in Aztec. Dr. Gloria Rendon, retired superintendent from Santa Fe. Tom Sullivan, retired superintendent from Moriarty Edgewood, but also in Farmington. And Tom did a whole number of interims around the state. And Joel Shirley, who's done interims and was superintendent at Estancia when he retired. So this is collectively over a century of educational experience and service in New Mexico, ranging from middle-sized to fairly decent-sized districts. So that group is there. And what we do if a board wants to discuss this with us is we meet. We have a meeting initially to just do something like this, but we'll do this it would be an open meeting, but we do a face-to-face on this and just really go through and interact with you around and make sure all your questions are answered. And based on that, develop a proposal contract. And that then would have the steps in it and would also then lay out the search plan, put the plan together, get the plan adopted, keep the board totally in the loop as the process unfolds, and then facilitate the induction of the board's choice if once that takes place, to the extent that the board wants that kind of support. That's all negotiated. And so that's done. The final one is in the previous slide, you would have seen it called turnkey headhunter, but it's a fancy, this is the more appropriate term for that group, an executive search firm. I mean, these are the big dogs. These are the national companies that go out. You've got the biggest range of prospective candidates, and a number of districts some districts in the state have done this and used this. And it's very little work for the board because they have any of these search firms have literally hundreds of resumes and application materials on file already. I mean, they've got a whole pool of prospective and well vetted new superintendent replacements. It is most expensive. They run about the School Boards Association typically runs around $8,500 for that, plus exclusive of advertising costs. These run typically, I think the Albuquerque, most recent Albuquerque search, which is an example of this, came in around 25,000. So they're more expensive and substantially more expensive. And this is you're least involved. You still make the decision, but you don't have that much involvement. And this is
Dr. Prather?
Yes.
If I may interrupt, just because, and I apologize, I probably should have let you know where we are. We're actually gathering tonight to review applications. We have resumes and have moved fairly quickly. So I want to check in with my other board members as to whether we should keep going and maybe just move quickly through.
This may not be relevant, President Noble, because this is the training module, and if you're at the point where your resumes where you're reviewing and discussing, then the only thing I could offer is to be sure you've done some really good background checking on everybody.
Okay. And I don't know, Dr. Gonzalez, Secretary Bose, if you have, I've flipped ahead a little bit because we do have these very usefully printed packages, and thinking about
And Ms. Bose, Ms. Noble, while you all are looking at the packet and looking at the presentation, I just want Dr. Prather to know that our Human Resources Department, first, we worked with the board on the job posting. The board did meet in executive and decided they didn't want to do a national search. They wanted to keep it to New Mexico. We got the posting up early, and then the board decided to extend it an additional week. So they had a 3-week, 21 days. Also, the Human Resources Department actually did this for them, selected the applications, vetted them, put them on a spreadsheet, make sure that they met the qualifications that the board wanted. And so all of that, and of course, ensure that they have the proper licensure. Now, when the board actually gets down to narrowing the finalists or making a selection, again, we will look at the background check and whatnot. And beyond the letters of reference, there will also be contacts from the HR department with their supervisor. So they're not, while they are interviewing and doing the selection and doing the questions and whatnot, the Human Resources Department is following all the proper protocols to ensure that we're following the accurate process that we should for selecting a public school employee. And then Tony Ortiz, who's the general counsel, the board counsel, also is working very closely with the board to ensure that they're following, employment law. We're asking the questions that are allowable, and also we'll be guiding them through the process as they do contract offers and whatnot. Just want to make sure that the public is aware that all of those, as you said, T's are crossed and I's are dotted.
I think that given where you find yourselves tonight, the only thing that might be at all productive would be if any of the board members have any specific questions of me relative to the processes that will be you know, best practices related to the where you find yourselves, because what you have done is fundamentally exactly where Hobbs is with their search. Hobbs is doing the same kind of search. And so when I was requested to provide a training package on superintendent search, this is the training package. And so I think your time may be best spent at this point by simply answering any other questions that you have, and then proceeding to go ahead and take the next steps in executive session that you need to take.
Thank you for that. And you've gone to the slide that I was going to say that maybe you would talk us through this one on the compensation package, because that will be, it's not the step where we are, but that will be a step that we need to consider quite soon. So maybe you would talk us through that, and then we can see if any board members have questions for you, and very much appreciate your time. And if there's anything else that Mr. Ortiz, our board counsel, wants to add or thinks that we should know from you, well, we have you.
That'd be great. Well, fundamentally, the compensation package is really two dimensions. It's a salary. It's what you're going to pay on a contracted salary basis, but it's also benefits. And so a salary then would be what the person would be taxed on, but the benefits would be taxable, as some of the benefits would be taxable as well. The retirement and insurance just come in as part of the normal benefits package with a public employee in New Mexico, public school employee in New Mexico. But here are below that, once you get to the 403B and below that, vehicle allowance and ERB buy-ins, at that point you begin to get something to attract somebody. And here are the kinds of things that are in there and these can potentially go on quite extensively. What about vehicle allowance? What about how much? Sometimes people are given a flat allowance of X number of dollars per month instead of a school vehicle. School vehicle may be provided, or a vehicle allowance may be provided in contract. If you have somebody coming in from out of state, buy-in to the Educational Retirement Board benefits package is an attractive offer sometimes to seal the deal, to make the things come out.
And just a second, I think Dr. Gonzalez has a question.
Sure.
You know, I wanted to know what 403B was.
A 403B is something like it is a educational Roth plan, that type of it's a retirement plan for educators, a 403B. It's an annuity plan, tax-free that you could buy, you could establish a contributions to a 403B for a prospective employee based on accomplishment of certain goals. That would be an example of how you would, as a board, then say, yes, well, we'd be happy to provide a $5,000 contribution to your 403B plan that you would establish, or that would be established if you met these three specific performance goals that demonstrate some of the things we're wanting to accomplish. That's a possibility. There have been several of those negotiated with I'm aware of. And the professional development plan, so that there's a commitment on the board's part to provide some paid opportunities for the superintendent to continue her or his professional development, and so that they're able to guarantee that they get to some national conferences, that they get that they will be provided access to those, that type of thing. And the length of the contract can be negotiated also, and you can also provide, say, 5 or 10 X number of consulting days where the person can take compensated leave by the board to allow them to do consulting, because many superintendents will come in with a strong background in reaching out to and working with other public schools. So that's the kind of things that can potentially be discussed in there. Another example, it's not up here, but another example, if you're talking to somebody coming in from out of state, some kind of a negotiated relationship on moving costs to relocate to Santa. These are some of the benefit pieces that can be, besides just a salary of X, that can then attract somebody that will get you there. There's the very last slide may be, some things for you to consider. This, if you get to the point tonight where you're ready to make an offer, be prepared for a counter, but know what your best and final is going to be. In other words, I've had this actually happen in several times when I've been working with a board and as a facilitator, and the board said, this is the person we want. We want candidate A. And here's what we want to offer them. And we get them on the phone and we talk to them, and candidate A says, yes, but I need an additional $5,000 and on that. I need an additional salary beast of at least 5 more. And the board then says, nope, that wasn't where we were going to go. Know what your top is. Expect a counter. Be prepared for a counter offer. You may be using Mr. Ortiz for this, and this may be something that he'll actually engage with you as you move into that. But be prepared for this. So don't not anticipate it. Best and final offer and hold to it. And you want to be sure as you wrap up the search that you really get everybody who's been involved appropriately thanked, and all the people who didn't make the cut properly thanked also. But those that last, next to the last bullet, is something that I think cannot be overstressed. I mean, it's just too fundamental for a long-term success. Thoughtful professional development plan for this superintendent, for your new superintendent, and an evaluation process that you thoroughly and thoughtfully review together and put in place. So with that said, I'll go ahead and step out. Unless there's anything else anybody wants to ask about.
Madam President, I have some questions, if that's okay.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Prather, for that presentation. I did look over all of this information on the NMSBA website last night, so I actually showed up ready for my questions. On that last topic that you just covered about the best and final offer, does it happen that you don't come to a consensus if you make an offer with someone and you can't make that work? How do boards handle that situation?
Sure. Well, that example that I gave you just a minute ago is a real example, because I'll not name the district because you'd be able to identify the person, but the offer was made for a salary of $130,000, and the person replied with a demand for a salary of $140,000. That was the offer and the demand. And so the board, after discussion, said, no, we're not going to 140. We're going to go to candidate B. Will you please call candidate B and discuss with candidate B their willingness? And so I called candidate A and said, I'm sorry, you're no longer under consideration. Thank you very much, and we appreciate all you've done. Candidate B was then called and was offered the job and was delighted and had a wonderful tenure in that school district. So there's an example of how that can work. The board knew they were not going to go over 140 or 130, and they were set on that. They said, this is, given everything else, this is all we can do.
Thank you. That makes perfect sense.
Thank you.
And then my second question is, I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit about stakeholder engagement and how, in what way, who in the community to involve.
That
We know that it's the board's decision, but we want to make sure that we're, getting feedback.
Well, let me give you a very quick overview of several different things that can be done as part of the process. And I don't know where you find yourself. I'm not quite clear whether you are down to finalists at this point or not. If you're discussing as a board finalists this evening, if that's what you're doing, then you're way down the road for relative to stakeholder involvement. But there's some things that you can build into a plan when you put a superintendent search plan together that provides for a group from your community, a selected group from your community, a selected group from your staff, possibly even with the sophistication of Santa Fe, some students. But we call them, when we facilitate these kinds of searches, superintendent search advisory teams, and stress and underscore that advisory role, because it's a board decision, but the decision is often very much enhanced by stakeholder input. And one of the ways we provide for that, one of the mechanisms that's quite easily done, and we've found it very successful, is that while the board is interviewing the finalists that they're wanting to talk to, let's say you have 3 finalists that you are seriously looking at. These 3 are individuals that we're going to seriously look at. The staff is interviewing candidate A while the board's interviewing candidate B. And they've gone through the process of having vetted questions prepared, so that, again, you're not going to have any kind of challenges of the integrity of the questions or the quality of the questions asked of these finalists. But they will reflect the perspectives of that particular stakeholder group, and they are able to then ask those in a facilitated way so that that stakeholder group has its questions answered. The response to the board that we utilize is through a SurveyMonkey process that provides for anonymous feedback to the board from each individual identified stakeholder on the prospects for long-term success of that individual and what was particularly appealing and what was possibly concerning. That the board then has that additional data to couple with the interview data that you generate to, people come in, they do a presentation for you. The other thing that you may consider is some form of an assessment activity, because an assessment activity has been used very successfully to give you an additional dimension as a board to think about how this person will perform. And these can take place in several different forms. They can be written, where you're giving the individual finalist a scenario. They're all 3 of those finalists are responding to those scenarios real time. You've got a crisis, and here is the crisis, and it's a real crisis. And how, as superintendent, are you going to respond to this? And you have to do it in writing. But it's also been done very effectively, and provides a great deal of good data to have that done, to have an assessment activity done for finalists where they deal with an irate parent, deal with an irate stakeholder, deal with someone who's trying to stretch the bounds of legality relative to purchasing, for example, something like that. And these then give you some good examples of, give you some good additional feedback, because you're looking for as much feedback as possible. And a single interview, an hour 15 with one person with the board gives you a great deal of data. Some of these other opportunities give you some great additional data. Just leave that in.
So Hugh, just so you know, so I think as they're looking at questions, they are building in scenarios. And also there is the option, well, once they select who they are going to interview, all of this will be posted online so people can see their resumes, their letters of interest. And I know that each board member has made it open, and I think in one of the meetings we discussed various ways that people can email board members, or if board members want to meet with their PTAs and get input. And so there will be quite a bit of transparency. After tonight, all of this information will be on the website. So people will actually be able to interact and see who's applying and what they've written, why they want to do the job. And through various, for example, with the Equity and Diversity Council, which has a broad group of stakeholders, which is required by the state, actually, we have invited people to send email to the board and give their input. Just thought I'd share that.
Thank you very much.
I think that concludes my presentation unless there are any other questions. Well, thank you all. I wish you
Madam President, this is Rudy.
Question, Dr. Gonzalez, and Garcia, you still there?
Yes, I'm here. This is Rudy. Dr. Gonzalez can go first. That's fine.
No, I was just saying. Bye.
I was
Okay.
saying bye. I was not raising my hand.
Got
Thank
it.
you.
I'm actually gonna, I'm actually gonna leave one connection because it's not working. Use my phone for a minute. Okay, anything else, Mr. Ortiz, that you think we should hear from Mr. Prather?
Madam President, this is Rudy.
Oh, hi, Rudy. Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm really quick. Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Patrick. A very good presentation. And, thank Joe Guillen and his entire staff because they do an excellent job for the New Mexico School Board Association. And I just want to say thank you. And I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam President.
You are most welcome, and we'll be getting your training credit in tomorrow. You'll be getting copies of it.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you,
This
Dr.
is Tony Ortiz. I just wanted to say thank you to you. Always good to see you. And board members, I have some additional information if you want to do it now or.
Sure, please go ahead.
Okay, and some of this dovetails on what Dr. Prather was discussing. The first thing I want to talk about is the issue of compensation. And I'm going to apologize to you. It's strange to speak and then hear myself about 5 seconds later.
I'd say it's also strange to hear you over there and then hear you a couple seconds later in the headset.
Yeah. And some of this we can go through in more detail perhaps later, but I just want to talk about compensation as a starting point. NMPED has a printout of all of the superintendent compensation levels across the state. There's just some factors to think about as you look at this. Of course, what Dr. Garcia is paid and compensated is going to be one level that people are looking at as they come in. Certainly, qualifications matter. If you're looking at a master's degree person versus a PhD, levels of past experience. Obviously, when you've got someone like Dr. Garcia, she's your high watermark. I bet you had no idea you were being paid so well, Dr. Garcia. But in any event, so those are some of the levels that you're going to look at with regard to compensation. One of the things that Dr. Prather didn't talk about that I think is really important is the potential impacts that the discussion of compensation and contracting can have on the relationship as you get started. Many candidates, can you all still hear me? I just lost the reverberation, so I'm not sure if I'm being heard. Oh, great. Wow. Great. So in my experience, a lot of times, and Dr. Prather talked about this, you might make an offer to someone, and what's the perspective of the successful applicant? They're thinking, hey, I've got 5 board members. They're offering me a number here that I don't particularly like, or a compensation package where I want more, but I'm afraid. maybe afraid's a strong word, but I'm certainly nervous about poisoning the well as I walk into this relationship by looking like I'm being money hungry. And I would just encourage the board to not view it that way. Nobody's trying to insult you as they negotiate with you. I've had superintendents who come in and they'll just immediately say, yes, that's great. I'm just happy to have the job and want this position. And I've had superintendent candidates in the past, even here in Santa Fe, who insisted on having their lawyer review the contract, multiple changes, multiple negotiations that lasted for days, and you just can't get your feelings hurt. The other thing that I would encourage this board to go into, if possible, is if you can get a unanimous 5-0 vote going in, it sure is the kind of vote of confidence that a new candidate wants, and I think that this board wants to get behind them as you start out. Dr. Gonzalez, you had a question? I heard your question. I didn't hear it online, but I did hear your question.
Yeah.
Your question was, do I do the negotiating?
Yeah.
I am the mouthpiece for the board. And I'm getting the reverberation again. But in any event, all I do is carry your water. You know, I may talk with the board about strategic steps, options, and I may be the one who makes a phone call on your behalf. But it is not I'm not a sixth vote. That's not my job. I'm here as a resource for you. You're the policymakers. So I have some other issues to discuss, but I can go through a couple of those other things that I wanted to talk to you about. Leave allotments. One of the paragraphs in the standard superintendent contract is about how many days of annual leave the superintendent accrues, as well as sick leave. But the big provision in that is what can a superintendent be compensated for at the end of their contract? That can be a very expensive bill if it's not capped. This district actually had one like that a long time ago, and it was a big bill. So that's certainly a consideration, and I think something that the board needs to pay close attention to and be aware of the market normals. I have also seen incoming superintendents express a desire to choose their own team. You're bringing me in
I'm sorry, Mr. Ortiz. Kate, I'm sorry, Madam President. I'm getting like a feedback of like echoing. Is that just my phone or is it just what's happening? Sorry, Mr. Ortiz.
No, Rudy, you're absolutely right. And I'm going crazy over here because I'm hearing myself about 5 seconds later. But
I know.
I'm doing my best.
So I'm just wondering if we're getting charged like no, I'm just joking. But I know, so I just wondering if the district can actually fix that because it is echoing and I just thought it was me. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Ortiz. And I was just wondering, Kate, if you can have staff look at that. Thank you, Mr. Ortiz.
So just so you know, Rudy, I'm now on my phone. We've got a host of technical issues and complexities, and they're working pretty hard to smooth them all over. So if I'm sorry about that, but I hope we can just keep going on. And we wish you were here. I'll just say it again.
And one of the things that we can do, board members, is we can tackle these as they come. All of a sudden, the reverberation went away now. I'm not hearing the echoes. How's
It might have been me leaving my mic open on the phone. I might have made it worse because then I start muting and it's better. So anyway, sorry about that.
Yeah, and now it sounds, can everybody hear me okay? I'm not getting any, this is okay. This is much better. Just very quickly so that we can move on. I have had superintendents who've expressed a desire to have a role in choosing their own team. As you all may know, administrative team members are renewed from year to year. The current team is Dr. Garcia's team. You might have someone come in who says, I want my own.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes,
I just want to mention something on that because like when I came in, some people had 2-year contracts. We have people on varying, some people have 1 year, some people have 2. So it's not necessarily that whoever comes in will be able to clean house and hire everybody because people have been hired at different points. And so so I just want to make that real clear that they're not all come due the end of the year.
okay, and I'm not trying to suggest that that's a factor, but I have seen people come in asking for what kind of control they have over selection of their own team, as well as renewals and hire of the leadership team within the district, principals, assistant principals, those kinds of things. And many times, especially when you've got a transitional situation like you have now with your sitting superintendent here, she can give great feedback and input about how to put a good team in place. But it is, in some cases, a consideration.
May I ask a question, Madam President? I do want to ask a question though, because I'm still superintendent until June 30th. And
Absolutely.
you only have one superintendent at a time. And we can't wait till June 30th to start hiring principals. And so I think that's just part of where it's at. I don't know that we can necessarily wait. Now, if you hire somebody and they want to come in and we want to consult and say, okay, we're going to start the process, but you can give the okay on who's going to be hired. But it is a little tricky because I know that we can't wait on principal hires or AP hires till July 1,
Oh, and
or
I'm not
we'll be in
suggesting,
trouble.
I'm not suggesting that you have 2 supers. Dr. Garcia is your superintendent till June 30th. It's her call. What I have seen in the past is a consulting relationship, which is what I think is contemplated by the board for whomever you all may hire, so that she can help transition them in. And the renewal processes, in a lot of cases like that, end up being a consulting relationship and a discussion. But that ultimate decision belongs to Dr. Garcia.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Dr. Gonzalez.
I got kicked off, so I can't speak through the.
I can hear you over my headphones. I don't know where we're picking you up, but
I'm not part of the panel.
okay.
We can
Well-
hear you. I can hear you through my headphones.
Yeah, and we'll try and get you back on. My personal computer kicked me off, which is why I'm on the phone, and they're trying to get me on the district one for Dr. Weaver.
And I only have one last issue for the board that I wanted to raise, and that
If
was
I
the
may,
issue of-
just on that, I do think, and I want to say just because it feels a little bit, I don't know. I just want to be very, very careful around this conversation of picking the team and hiring principals. This board has been pretty clear, as I've heard, that we want to stay on the track that we're on, that we value the team that we have. And Mr. Ortiz, I appreciate you raising these issues in terms of what we might face in conversations with potential candidates and that sort of thing. But I do just want to emphasize that the board has been clear about staying on the path that we're on. And I think we've all recognized how much the team at all the levels has been a part of that. So I just don't want any nerves out there in the universe of the Santa Fe Public School family that the board is contemplating a wholesale 180-degree direction change, because I'm not into that, and I have not heard any of my colleagues on the board express that. In fact, we've been careful to express the opposite, that we like the direction, that we want a smooth transition and continuity in what we're doing in this district as much as possible. So,
And President Noble, I'm not suggesting one, that the board has a role in choosing the team. That's not it.
Right.
And second, Dr. Garcia, she makes the decisions till June 30th. So
Yes.
you could have a candidate come in and Dr. Garcia could say, no, this is the team. This is the direction we're going. And she wouldn't have to accept suggestions, recommendations, aspirations of a new candidate who wanted to change things right now. Obviously, a year down the road, 2 years down the road, it becomes the decision of the new super. So the last thing I wanted to mention is the concept of evaluation. Dr. Prather was suggesting that you had to have your brain sort of wrapped around that as you're doing this process. And I don't think so. All you really need to do is have a timeline in place. You know, by November 30th, we're going to have a structure. By mid-February, you're going to be done. And that's written into the standard contract. So that's
Okay.
it. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to our executive session, Roman numeral 4 on our agenda, and then we will have another opportunity to discuss the superintendent search and process when we come out of executive session. So Roman numeral 4 executive session, we do have 2 items. Secretary Bozay, you want to take us in?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Madam President. I move that we move into executive session where we will discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property, the Santana easement at Santa Fe High School, and limited personnel matters, discussion of possible candidates for hire as superintendent.
Okay, I'll go ahead and second that motion, and we'll do a roll call vote. Vice President Garcia.
Yes, Madam Chair. Madam President, sorry.
Secretary Bozay,
Yes.
Dr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
and the president votes yes. We will be in executive session for potentially as long as we need to be, and then we will come back out for the remainder of our agenda.
Madam President, sorry to interrupt you. So is staff actually going to take us into executive session, or do we have to get out of this and go into executive session?
So I don't have access to my email right now, but I believe there's a number to call in for executive session, which we can make sure to text to you, Vice President Garcia, if you need it.
I'm okay. Just wanted to know. So thank you, Madam President.
But we'll get you on the phone, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Dr. Garcia is saying you do it like you normally do, so there should be in the emails from Alma other instructions.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Dr. Garcia.
All right, we'll see everybody in executive session.
Vice President Garcia, can you hear us? Vice President Garcia, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Rudy, just want to check that we have you back in the regular session. Can you
Yes.
hear me?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Yes.
I heard him just over you, but was I not plugged into the wrong thing?
So yes, I'm here on the regular session.
Ah. Again?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can't. Let me just make sure what's going on.
What do you mean you can't? How do you know I'm talking? Yes, yes, I'm
There
here.
we go. Thank you. I gotcha. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. So Secretary Bose, you want to bring us back?
Madam President, I would like to bring the Board of Education out of executive session where we discuss the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property as it relates to the Santana easement at Santa Fe High School, and also limited personnel matters, discussion of possible candidates for hire as superintendent.
That's a motion. Is there a
I'll
second?
second it.
Thank you. We'll do a roll call vote coming out of executive session. Vice President Garcia?
And to clarify, we did not take action in executive session.
And no action was taken. Okay, roll
Madam-
call on coming back. Vice President Garcia?
Yes, Madam President.
Thank you. Secretary Bose?
Yes?
Dr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
And the president votes yes. And for the minutes, I would like to say that Board Member Price was with us for the entirety of the, pretty much the entirety of the executive session, but she will not be joining us. She needed to end her participation in the meeting for this piece, but we are, we benefited from a full board through the majority, just about the entirety of the executive session that we were in. So we are now on board discussion and possible action. Item A is the superintendent search process. And in the spirit of proactive transparency, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. I will move that the board interview the following candidates as agreed on April 17th for, that's the day we're doing the interviews, for the Santa Fe Public School District Superintendent position. There are 6 candidates that we will be a part of the motion that we interview them. Those are Gabriella Blakey, Ilario Chavez, Curtis Clow, Christy Yonda Wagner, Julie Ortega Lucero, and Vanessa Romero. So that's the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second
that.
Okay, well, say Dr. Gonzalez has seconded the motion. Any further discussion from the board on the candidates we're going to interview? We'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Vice President Garcia?
Yes, Madam President.
Thank you. Secretary Bose?
Yes?
Dr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
And the president votes yes. Thank you all very much. Moving on to advanced planning. Unless there was anything else on the superintendent search and process, we will be doing the whole thing again on April 17th. Okay, advanced planning. We have the Citizens Review Committee on the 14th, the Audit Committee on the 15th, a board meeting on the 15th, and then we will get listed that we will have a special board meeting with an executive session for superintendent interviews on the 17th. We agreed that we will do 3 in the morning, take a lunch break, and do 3 in the afternoon, beginning with the first interview slot at 9 a.m., though the meeting, I believe, will begin at 8 a.m. Or roundabout there for some breakfast. Okay. Anything further on advanced planning? On anything else? All right. Thank you very much, board members. Thank you so much to all the staff, to all of the candidates, those who will be interviewed, and those who were not selected to go to the next round. We very much appreciate everyone's participation and support of the Santa Fe Public Schools in this matter.
Madam President, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, Vice President Garcia.
I've already talked about Dr. Garcia and Mrs. Sink. To bring it for the record is it just breaks my heart that what us as policymakers are going through. And Ms. Sink, excellent job that you did for as one of the generals for Dr. Garcia. And I know you're listening. And Ms. Sink, very hard shoes to fill. And I just want to tell you congratulations for where you need to go, what you want to do. And you did an excellent job for the Santa Fe Public Schools. And Ms. Sink, great job. And whenever you're a policymaker for the schools or whatever boards you're on, and Linda, great job. And I wish you well in your endeavors in the future. And you did an excellent job as a general for Dr. Garcia and us policymakers and the Santa Fe Public Schools. So thank you, Linda, for your services. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? All right, we are adjourned. We will be back together for a board meeting in a week. Tentatively, an executive session is set for 4:30, and as ever, we will hear from the team whether that's truly needed. Thank you all very much. Good night.